Oh no. India, why you no worky? And India, thank you. Okay, that should work now. Let me get this going here. Cool. Today we're working on the prison system, but literally and figuratively in the game code and in the game world. We only have a few hours, but. I don't know why I decided to cut this way. Oh, okay, so we are going down to the meter. Ah, the exterior doesn't match it. Okay, that makes sense. Why is it that way? Yeah, I don't know about this. 40 by 40. I think 40 by 40 works. Oh, got auto merge, okay. Hey again, good to see you. Which asset is this? It's the prison module. I wanted to show you something. It's good to see you. I was working my butt off yesterday, and so we finally upgraded to Godot 4, or 4.3, the newest version of Godot. The newest version of Godot. I mean, you're a bit of a developer, I think, but I'm going to show you what's new, just to kind of. So this is the new build. This is why open source is amazing. Like, think of it like Blender, right? We might be behind on industry standards. Look at this 4.3 release, 3,500 commits by over 500 contributors. We have, you know, client-side physics interpolation. You know what I mean? We have a whole new audio system where we can actually do layered audio and stems. And this is not a major version. This is a 0.3. You know what I mean? This is a 0.1 like release, right? All like tile map layers on 2D. The whole animation system has now been like redone where we can have a reference pose. Exactly. Right, this is important because I needed to get my main characters from the original game into the game. I can do that now. I've already set in motion all the things to bring my main characters back into the game. Navigation meshes now chunk, which is great for doing planet tech and stuff like that, like having them kind of load in, right? This stuff is crazy. Like we now have a native FBX importer built in for models. You don't have to use a third-party tool, so it's faster, more multi-threading. Right, rendering now has pre-multiplied alphas for shaders, like you know, like new rendered fog, DirectX 12 support. You know, XR. This is actually cool. There's an open XR composition layer. It's used for doing 2D and 3D. I wrote my own system. I don't use theirs, but if their system is cool and I can kind of make it work, I might be able to kind of extend my own panels to be a bit more detailed. When rendered in 3D, but you know, like this is all the stuff that they've been working on for Meta XR. Meta's been putting a lot of money into Godot, right? So having it be able to do scene discovery and map out the world around you, so it knows what room you're in, kind of like creates a faux pas nav mesh. But yeah, like the way of C# support, we now have generics, right? Like, and all of this, all these improvements, you know what I mean, are just Yeah, it's crazy. It's benefits everyone. Yep, it's crazy. So I migrated everything over, and everything's kind of great. I want to show you the um, the empty test scene. So I brought in the medical module. So this is the medical hospital in its, I won't say final form, but like so that this asset here that I'm about to kind of zoom in on. I'm going to zoom all the way back just for kind of show you the LOD system. 40 rooms. So there's 40 player medical rooms, 24 surgery stations. It's, gameplay wise, you never need anything bigger. It needs to be detailed a little bit. But I want to just show you like how the renderer kind of handles it. There's literally no decrease in performance as we're coming in to the hospital. And then as we come in further, all the LODs come in, all the details come in. Obviously, this is in the bright side of the planet. Every one of these rooms have assets in them. They're fully. There's no faked rooms here. Every single one of these, right? Smooth as silk. Yep. So I want to show you, like, because I realized, and another thing I totally kind of forgot about is I use like a voxel-based global illumination system, which means there's points that are generated on the fly that sample color and then are used to drive global illumination. If I come over here to one of the darker sides and come into the station here, I'm going to go into the top side where all the habitations are. There's no lighting here. I have no lighting in this scene whatsoever. Everything you're seeing is just driven by global illumination. And you know what? It's good enough. That means there's no light cost to anything I decide to really just kind of drive with GI alone. Right, and now you still want to have a couple lights in there because you want to have natural shadows on the player. And obviously you can see like where there's approximations in the GI on the ground, where it's like a lower sampled. But I don't think players give a shit. I don't give a shit about that. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, it looks good enough for me. Like it passes my own, if it enables me to make larger worlds without a million lights, I mean, that's perfect. Right? So it all works. So with that, here as an example, I have both. I have the prison module, right, set up with the now I have no lights in the prison module, but I will kind of pop the prison module out into its own prefab here. Just like the hex bolts heads at ArcCorp, thousands run over them and never look. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And you know what? Use it. You know what I mean? Like, use the abstraction. So the prison module is now in the game, but needs to be worked on. So let's think of it from player perspective. What does a prison system need? Well, player needs a crime level. So five ranks is fine for now. We can always change it. So do something bad, your crime level 1 int goes up. So it's just 1 to 5, simple. Right. So if your crime is at like level 3 and you get killed, you end up in jail. So we need a prison module, which is the prison system itself, and each prison module is just a collection of cells, right? Prison cells, which could be a room, it could be a cell, it could be anything. It doesn't matter. It's just a place that puts the player, like references the player there, and we're good. So when we leave the prison, we're going to be greeted with these laser turrets, right, that are looking at us, and I want to work on these today too. Right, so the laser turrets are always tracking us. That's their job, right? So to make you feel uncomfortable, to know that you have no power here. You don't have any weapons. You have no power here. And the job of the player is just to navigate through some like floor guidance, right, down to ignore my clipping, to the prison. 1984. Yep. Yeah. Like it costs corporations too much money to put people in prisons. You know what I mean? Prisons are just an automatic factory, and by automatic factory, it's just producing products, and the prisoners are just keeping the machines alive, right? They're just doing the job, right? They're welding. They're hey Mungalo, they're playing the welding mini game and kind of doing the thing, right? That's their deal. And that's it, right? You have these items that spawn in, and they move across. And while they're in the middle, you have to kind of tack weld them in certain spots. I might represent that as a part on the like as a decal that kind of gets spawned in with the collision shape on it. And you know, that you would just kind of like tack weld for a little bit until it goes away and the decal fades, and you do that a few times, and then it kind of goes on about it. It's not meant to be an all-encompassing. Yeah, exactly. They're working off merits, and and the idea too is like that the station has an elevator in the middle for the guard tower, but does not have a way for, like, it's an isolated system, so it can only go on the bottom of the station. Is the idea, and when you're done, I think on one of the corners, I'm gonna put like a little kind of a processing hallway that'll bring you out to a shuttle, and the shuttle will pick you up. So there'll be like maybe like 2 shuttles on each side, or maybe like a smaller hangar, some type of drop off and pickup, you know, system where there's ingest and outgest or outtake, whatever you want to call it. So that's how fundamentally it's going to work. So they might need to be bigger, you know, like to support the hangar that I attach to them, because the hangars are huge. Instead of a space elevator, yeah, because we want it to be an isolated system, and the players, you know what I mean, like not responsible for, you know, like once you're free, we don't want you to be able to get out into the, you know, into the system. You have to haul a shuttle. There'll be shuttles that'll just kind of move back and forth between the station and the prison, but I think that's a good balance, right? So now we, you know, have a system that player gets, you know, does something bad, he gets a crime stat. You know, if he is killed, he doesn't go to a medical facility anymore, but he gets incapacitated and he goes to a jail, right? And that's the that's going to be the thought process of the stream today. I'm only going to be streaming for 3 hours today because I have to go pick up my little guy. Speaking of which, let me actually just check my Facebook real quick and make sure that we're good. But we're gonna do a little bit of modeling, and we're gonna go into the code and write the code for the systems. Gonna confirm something. Oh yeah, all good. I'm glad to. I'm just glad to catch you. Yeah, I'll show you as well. So if I. Okay, I'm just going to confirm that with my son's mom. Yeah, so let me actually show you how all this runs so far, because I've been doing a lot of optimizations on the. So I put this in the empty test scene just so we can get a fly around, get an idea of what it's like. So today, either off stream, like maybe later on tonight, either way, I'm finishing the prison system code today. So that's going to be like, you know, I will sleep when I get the prison system code working. So now everything is running buttery smooth. And let's go. Oh, what just hit me? Something hit me. I need to figure out. There's a little bug that I have with my raycast, like because it's coming from the head position, and the head is kind of moving. The raycast position is a little bit off. All right, so we have. Oh yeah, and I got to add the metallic to this. So the airlock is in, right? So and we need a warp drive actually. Let me take it back out. Grab that warp drive because I need it. Before the door closes on me. And I'm aware this is not going to work ultimately. We had to bring components into the back, but I can choose it. Okay, so check this out. right? This runs flawless. Right, like, and this is, like I said, there's 40, they're all GPU instanced areas, and they're using auto-lotting. And you can actually see the auto-lotting working, because they have, like, the distance values and stuff checked. Like, this is great. Oh. No, I just want to, like, we have gravity in here, but there's not a lot of colliders. I haven't created colliders on everything. So I'm just going to hold spacebar to fight the gravity here, and just kind of bob my way through the hospital aspect of it. Like, I think this is I like this feeling, right? And this is what I was going for. Like, you wake up at a hospital, ignore how dark it is. Obviously, it'll be brighter, but you wake up, you know, with drains, and like you're here, like you can look at it and be like, what the hell is that, you know? And you know, I'm going to add detail, obviously, to the inner spire. It's not going to be just one big piece of metal, but you know, I think this is kind of a, you know, and it's a, you know, it's a bigger area. Like, it gives you this big sense of like, oh, I'm totally at a hospital, you know? And it's funny, like, see the little like support spires? Those were actually happy accidents. Those are added because the edges needed to blend in with the inside. And then I kept those on the end caps. And I'm actually glad I kept them on the end caps, because like this, I actually really like this kind of combination. It ended up being a lot better than I anticipated. I might bubble them out a little bit, but they're not so sharp. Just add like a 1-point bevel, and obviously these are just textures. But you know, they will become. But yeah, I like this. I like the spire. Just overall, like it meets my own, you know, interests. Right, just needs light on the inside. But yeah, so I consider like the hospital aspect to be, you know, kind of finished. Not like, you know, like to be what I want it to be, like right now. Like it can, this supports all gameplay that I would ever need, right? For, you know, like the emergency system for the player respawning. Like it's definitely, it's good enough for a vertical slice, right? Like and it's big enough that it has a little bit of substance to it. You know, when you go there, you're like, oh, you know, I wonder where the medical mod, you know, what's the medical module? And you can obviously tell, because, you know, it'll be the big white building, you know, it'll be like a powdery white. Which finger? Because you don't want to have it too big. Like, it still takes me a while to get around, and if you were to like, if you need it to traverse it, you don't want to spend forever doing it. I think like all of our traversal time should be, you know. But yeah, I like the fact that I'm slowly kind of getting to a point where, you know, things are independently coming together, and, you know, like once we get so far away from that thing, we just unload it. You know, nothing's ever going to be close enough together that you know, it'll be a problem. And it doesn't seem to, you know, it can chop at times when in quantum, but I don't think that matters either. It's improving quickly. You know what I mean? Like, do people really care? You know, like if there's a couple of little stutters here and there, and we're loading in assets, if we only need to do it once. Yeah, I guess that's the compromise. You know, just trying to figure out, you know what I mean, like where the limitation is going to be. Yeah, no, I think that all works. Yeah, and we don't want to have, yeah, and you know, my target demographic is still SC players. When you think about it, I want to make sure things work. I just think, like, I think if we define scope early, you know, I'm not making a truck stop and being like, oh, we're going to redesign them, and then we're going to redesign them again, and then we're going to redesign them again. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like once we have a standard and the standard works, I mean, what you see is what you get. You know, we can artistically detail it a bit more and increase the poly count and, you know, but find a formula that works and just stick with it. Otherwise, then we kind of know we can get a quickly idea that, you know, if we assume everything's the same as an example, you know, and let's say in empty test scene, because there has to be like a, yeah. So let's take like this guy and duplicate it. And duplicate it again. And duplicate it again. And duplicate it again. Right? It doesn't take much to figure out where the limits are going to lie. Okay, good. Right, so now, like, even, you know, so it's still running. It's still running fine. And, you know, there won't be more, like, there just isn't more than 8 different types. You know what I mean? There's random configurations of them. But I mean, like, we have now, you know, a yes amount of, what's that? So there's 40, yeah, so 40 times, what do I do, 5? So 40 times 5. So there's 40 times 5 rooms loaded in right now. So there's literally, yeah, like, you know, every single column has rooms and more rooms and more rooms and more rooms, you know. And, you know, we are starting to, like, I'm starting to feel, you know, I mean, at this point that we're now, like, dropping FPS. But, I mean, there won't be that in total, you know. And there'll only be, like, stations in isolation from each other. So it's still impressive, you know. Don't wonder if you need that many in one location. It's just visually. We don't actually need that many in one location, but you know, we gotta fill it with something. But yeah, like, so it can handle, I can't math today, but yeah, that's 40 rooms times 5. Yeah, that's 200 rooms right now, and it runs buttery smooth. Reminds me of the Clown Troopers medical growing facility. Yeah, like the Camino stuff. I love Camino. Right, so that's me just sandwiching an unrealistic amount of these, and the engine just being totally okay with it. I've got a meeting here in a bit at work. If I don't make it back before you end stream, have a great day and take care of yourself, buddy. Have a good one, Pagan. I don't know why it does that. Deletes the node references for animations. So yeah, that's what we're doing today. We're going to be working on the code for both the prison system and the and working on the level design. I'm just going to redo the white box and make sure my collider generation is working. I'm going to redo the stairs here. Of 8. $12.5. 12.5, that's fine. Why are they so weird? $12.510. 12.510. Yeah, they look squished. This distance doesn't look the same. That's 2 meters. That's 2.5. So we are x minus 8. Okay. Yeah, I like that a lot more. Something simple. And then what we'll do is we'll find the circle. Apparently doesn't exist anymore. Do I have a reference circle? The gravity volume? Not as big. So 45 to 45. My computer. Oh, you're locked up. You can do it, computer. Come on. Oh. Oh, did it crash it? Meh, it crashed it. Damn, it like nuked it back into orbit. Thanks. Nope. Let's do our autosave. So our last prison module autosave. And no, hang on a second. We want core, prison module, prison core, last autosave. Recover, autosave from core. This one. Thanks. Okay, so this is fine. I was in the middle of putting in this. Yeah, I just want to create a new circle to match the shape of the current existing floors. Weird. It doesn't like me zooming in like that far. It's doing it again. Like just freaking out. I wonder why. Weird. Let me just do it with snapping. Let's snap to edge and then scale on snap to edge. I don't know if it'll let me. I can snap to an interval. Yeah, we're down into like the millimeter of accuracy now. We might get to the smallest 45. So we're 4 meters high. What I want to do is add some edges. Yeah, I don't know. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know why I cut them like that. Or I get this distance. Like this inside one doesn't quite match. Why does it keep doing that? Stop hiding. I'm not hitting hide. Is that 46, 46? No, solidify. Which is the true dimensions we want the core to be. Mhm. This should be at 10. 10 minus 20. And this point should be at minus 10 and 20. Okay. Okay. 17.5 or 12.5, 15, 15. Yeah, yes, this is mathematically correct. Trying to put a okay. All right, now let's get this one here. Which side of which corner? These can be cleared. And this will be the upper level. Is it not? Auto on was ugh. Keeps like hiding stuff. And I'm not hitting H. Ah. So main floor, let's see, let's start guard tower. What is that little thing? Prison urn. Yeah, no, yeah, that's just weight box stuff. Don't think that matters. Mm-hmm. Prison urn, weight box. Oh, it's called center console. There's some like prison colors. I like these greens. Like this kind of a bluish green aquamarine color. Hey, I can do better renders than this. Me. Yeah, let's go with like a metallic. Like a blue. Hey, Mungalo, are you still around? Me. I don't want the hitters, I just want the look of it. surprised it doesn't have an ATM machine. Where would grease pencil go? Oh, hidden. Why do you do that? Thank you. Prison module. Prison. Box. Prison table. Yeah, can I like just lock this so I can't fuck with it? Lock its location. Do. No. I don't know. What's that? The account was already dealt with, but the timeout clears the chat. For what? Spam? Oh, for the bot? I had a question for you, Mungalo. If I have a Blender file... gotcha. Yeah, as soon as you clear it, I don't see it. If I have a blend file and I'm using a material and that material is coming in from another linked file and that linked file is already imported into Godot and set to be replaced by an asset that's in the engine, if I re-import something else that has that same link, does it automatically become the same material? Like, is there a better workflow for materials if they're all going to ultimately be the same across multiple assets? The fun glow of Mungalow, dude. I would not be. I would literally not be making this game if it wasn't for Mungalow. Like, you guys got to remember when I started blendering last year, year and a half ago, maybe almost 2 years ago. Like, I didn't even know what shade smooth was. I didn't even know what a normal was. You know what I mean? I haven't tested it, but I assume that Godot would have issues with linking. Because that'd be cool. Like, if in the import process there was some way. Yeah, I guess it won't really matter because it's all going to be imported to a GLTF anyway. I wish there was a way on the Godot side to recognize that all of these different assets or different GLTF files are referencing in some way the same material to just use that material. For the images, yeah. Because that would like make your life, a hell of a lot easier. I usually override materials on blend files with actual material assets in Godot. Yeah, that seems to be what I've been doing lately. But it would be so cool, like if you could work in Blender with one linked material, like pull it from somewhere else, and like it would just kind of, I don't know, work in some way. But I wouldn't trust Godot enough to still work with a pure Blender workflow. Like I still want to export to GLTF, so I guess it all kind of goes downhill regardless. Interesting. The grease missile works much better in transparent. The linking of materials is still nice to have on Blender side, though. Yeah, absolutely. I noticed it the other day when I was I don't remember. Oh, hi, Mouse. I can't, dude. I am so getting rid of all my Razor shit, like this year, depending on how things go financially. The Synapse beta absolutely sucks, even though it's supposed to improve things. And like, as much as I agronomically love my Naga, my Razer Naga, but dear God, like, even my headset, like, it's just shit. Like, it's like their whole quality is just gone, I don't know, downhill. And these are really expensive. Come on. I would like to have my mouse back. Like, it's totally reset now. Like, the profile's reset back to whatever nothing is. The linking materials is still nice on Blender. I had some issues with my swords, the blend file, and although I thought it was when I added the third UV map, it might have been I just stopped picking the correct images. Are you working now, mouse? Yeah, look, now the profile's gone back to what it should be. It's now blue. No, it's not. I don't know. Leave it Razor shit. You gotta start buying things that don't have software, keyboards that don't require software. I don't need to have, I really like the MMO mouse. Like, I like being able to bind things to the side of it. But even if that was just a default number pad and only a number pad, I'd still be cool with that. You know? You want to make planks now and just do like a solidify? Oh yeah, for those. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I'm not adding the middle one. Um, but just think about the basic shapes we want to get away with. A lot of time you could just save just to a rough volume. Yeah, work work with loop cuts and an extraction should be a good topology. My PC did that thing last night. Oh, it crashed. It crashed again. Wait, what? How did that end up over? Oh, right. Do 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 do. Medium active element. Like weird. Yep. Um, you're still modeling and layout. How to model it. So leave a pointless timer down there. Yeah, yeah, I know. Not lazy. I especially like when I hit spacebar. and it's playing, and then I accidentally keyframe something, and then it disappears because I hit it during the keyframe process. It's great. Perfect. Looked at the event viewer, it said something about driver failure, then PC failed to clear. Did you do a fresh reinstall on that computer? But like at all? I'm just curious if you actually did. Like if you considered doing one, or if you had did one in the past. Because you know, like that computer might literally just only need a fresh install of Windows. It'd be funny if you just fresh installed it and that just worked. Are we digging in 4.3? I mean, I tested everything out in 4.3 RC3 last week anyway. So the migration was great, straightforward, no issues. We're doing prison stuff today. We're in prison mode for the next 2.5 hours anyway. Yeah, I've gotten one of everything. This middle support. Which seems to be only... Oh, the middle support is this triangle. Gotcha, because there's 2 middle supports. So we'll do that one after. Can we break the grease pencil in half? Why does it disappear? Like, why does it... I'm not doing anything to make it disappear. Stradius says I'm already imprisoned by work. That sucks. A uniform on YouTube, at least I'm not going to test it again. At least not right now. Oh, I'm going to test it again before I see if I can get it to do better again. Oh, see if you can do it again. It could be something stupid, dude. It could be power management. It could be like just not getting enough power on the video card. It could be like a thing not in correctly. Like, it could be the silliest thing ever. I can see them in this mode, but I cannot see them in this mode? What? Because there's layers? How does this work? Right. Like, I don't understand the grease pencil at all. Oh, that's cool. Hope so. Cool. Because I want to duplicate the grease pencil. Flip it this way. Okay, that's actually super cool. But it's like not entirely selectable. Anyway, let me let's pick something that I know I've already centered correctly. The only thing is like this one, everything's kind of mid. But hey, it works. I like how its own dimensions aren't exactly right. And I'll use this one as the do do do. Now we have to actually get the scale working. I want to get the kind of like the shape perfect, and then we'll just kind of scale it down, get it set up to be what it should be. And then we'll save it as a white box, and then we'll actually turn it into a sci-fi version. I guess we should add these cross supports. These are connecting, okay, to a support in the middle. So there's supports behind these, blocking them out. Yeah. Alrighty. Now let's get it all scaled down. Oh yeah, right. But I was gonna mess up my solidify modifier. Me, whatever. Three is fine. You know what? Let's apply these. All right, so let's parent. All right, so legs. Cable support mesh. Feet. So the length should be, what is that? 183. So 1.83 meters on length. So 1.83 on Y. And then whatever that scale is, we'll apply it to everything else. And we'll apply the scale. Number 1.83, 1.83. Our width should be 74. Close enough. Uh, 352. So our total height should be 30 according to this. $70.078. Okay. Yay, now we have a white box prison table. Or a picnic table. I'm gonna save this in my white box. I'll just save this as and we'll go back to the prison table. So much spam today. It's crazy. Yeah, I like the idea of kind of keeping it simple, but sci-fi-ish. I like these bended. Five. Merge and split scenes at 0, 1. Like that one ended up, no, it didn't. Ah. Which is getting quick. I went to report the account and it's already banned. That's awesome. Want my bevel back. Hmm. Let's see. Chew. Well, we have a prison table. Hey! The folder icons, the icon colors are now in the file manager. Oh, that's so cool. That makes things so much easier. Anyways, we might change a lot of this. But I gotta start filling it out with some things, so. We need some placeholder vending machines. Prison vending machine white box doesn't have anything in there, so we're gonna just export it here. Hey, Canny, how's it going? We're working on a prison system today. So when you're a bad guy and you get caught, this is where you end up, in prison. Mm-hmm. You're like, wait, what? So the idea, right? You're a bad guy. You get caught. You get put in prison. Welcome back, uniform. And so from prison, you then have to kind of go through the yard. And this will bring you into the factory where you have to do a little tack welding minigame. And the tack welding minigame gives you merits. And then the merits set you free. Very simple concept. Nothing complicated about it. Right? Items spawn, come across, you kind of have to tack weld them with your multi-tool. And then every item that you like, you help create / repair gives you merits, and then you get free. So complicated, very, very hard to right, so that's what happens inside a prison module. Prison things. So in my head, I kind of have an idea of how all this lays out. I'm just kind of like gray boxing it right now. Like there's definitely it'll look cool when it's done, but it won't look cool initially. Mm-hmm. It fits into the main game loop because if you pirate someone or you attack another player and just like we need to put the player somewhere with a time delay, right? So that victims can go on about their business, right? So it's more, like this is like you're a bad guy, you got caught by, someone who had a bounty on you, or or NPCs killed you and you had a crime stat. So so going to jail just presents the player with a mini game that they have to play that fill in a duration of time so that they can't just go back and grief the player. I guess you could say it's so complicated, I'll never be free. And this is right out of the, this one's right out of the Star Citizen handbook, but it also was that way in Star Wars, the Star Wars mod I used to play as well. They had like they had player prisons, and if you had a bounty on you and you weren't killed, you could be brought to the prison. I'm snacking on Fruit Loops, just so you're aware. Yeah, what's the Sons of the Forest gameplay loop like when you die? Don't you get kidnapped by the cannibals or something? Very similar. So this is the one I did like a couple of days ago. So this is the medical hospital. So this medical hospital has, pretty much 40 hospital rooms, 24 surgery stations. A lot of it is just for scale, just for testing. And the idea is you, the player, get killed. So you wake up right inside the back of the tank, and then you, or healing tank as we call them, right? And then you kind of head off to the main center. You pay your tab, and you're kind of good. Ignore there's no lighting here. But for like if you were rescuing NPCs and you wanted to bring them to a station, like you take them, throw them in your ship, and all you have to do is bring them right to a surgery station, and then that's it. Like that's the gameplay loop of medical. Right? Look, you have a medical gun, you have medical tools. The fun thing sometimes, the different monsters fight over this camp. Oh, interesting. RuneScape does something different, something similar. Something like that, but instead of prison, your account gets banned. You can't log in, your character gets put into a cage barely big enough to stand in. So soon you'll be like, yeah, don't mention me. What do you mean? Oh, him. Say it for yourself. Okay, no, I did catch up with it. Now, I also want players to be able to, like, jailbreak people. But it's not going to be easy. I'm going to finish my Fruit Loops and then I'll chat. And we're going to go refill the coffee. It needs to be microwaved. I waited too long. There we go. Yeah, so that's the yesterday or the day before. Its focus was completely make the docking port in the trash deck for the garbage trucks. What? And if you jailbreak someone, you have to jump in, fight some fighter. I have good luck these days. Oh, you have to go? Have a good one, Kenny. Great to see you again. Let me give you a shout out. Let me get shadow email here. I don't have a. There we go. Make sure you guys are following Kenny. Kenny's awesome. Kenny, are you still doing C#? Or are you mostly using GD script? I was in your stream the other day. You're working on an overlay thing. I think it was in GD script. Game is still C#. Cool. Overlay is GD script. Gotcha. Cool. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get the basics of stuff down. Because I think we're only going to have 2 factories. One on each core. Because we do need a drop off and pick up type system. You need to use GD script to support Twitcher better. Oh, okay. I played with TwitchDeb, the standard TwitchDeb C# library, which is great. I mean, Sedlex is using it in Unity, but you can use it in anything. You know, it's just standard TwitchLib C# library. It works really good. But I haven't figured out how to get a lot of the pub sub stuff working. I need to look more into it. Okay, so the next phase of this is kind of filling out what I want it to, which is good. This, like I said, this ramp is going to get converted into like an overhang that's more square. Floors are going to change. I don't. It's a vent sub now, isn't it? I know they're not going to get rid of it because the methodology of its functionality makes more sense for Twitch to be pushing events to you and not the other way around. How do you get your subscriptions? Like, how do you get your subscriber alerts? Okay, you're using event sub. Gotcha. Yeah, because event sub is WebSocket. I gotta figure it out because I want to add some fun things to the development build of the game where like the Twitch can like spawn pirates in and kind of screw with me and whatever, you know? It'd be kind of cool. I wanted to make it eventually so I always have a build running in the background so that people that are on the stream that have a copy of the game like can just go play and kind of be in a window, you know? And then the Twitch itself can kind of like trigger events that are happening in the background, like spawning pirates and stuff like that. My overlay will be like a complete own game. Oh, cool. I'll try to take a look at it again. Last time I was in your stream, I wasn't there for very long. It was just briefly. I find that I'm really trying to push the summer and try to get stuff working. So it's really it's been a lot of work trying to get where I want to be. I know I asked you stuff, and then you were like on already. Yeah. Gotta push, exactly. Yeah, so like when the floor is done and I get kind of the overhang I want to have with the kind of level of 5, I think the prison will look cool. Because I want to have like a wall material that's just like kind of panels going around, like because we are in a cylinder, like a fishbowl. I am finally getting my velocity back up again. Hell yeah, good. Yeah, sometimes you need a break, man, or like, you know, just kind of sit back and I don't know, like kind of re-look at things and figure out kind of what you need. I'm writing the commands console deck for debugging. Wanted it like 4 years, and it's finally taking time to implement it. You'll save yourself so much time. I have an entire command console script that generates all the nodes like from the script itself. There's no node, like you just put in this one singleton auto load, and it does absolutely everything. And it's great because I finally had the opportunity to move it into my multiplayer project, my test project, and it works really well. I think I upgraded it. That was what I was going to work on at some point. I created this new FPS project because I want to isolate FPS and really kind of like work on it. So I created this code base that only has FPS stuff in it. Has no ship code, no anything, no external dependencies. It's just my player in first person, and I'm actually like working on the IK, making sure that the IK and stuff is really good. And that's what I added. Like my console here is just one C# script. It's a long one that does, like, you know, I can just add commands by creating an attribute for it. Right? I just have like teleport, spawn, or, you know, some basic stuff. Add it to it, but it's really cool because it's just it's technically 2 scripts. It's console, right? So there's just there's the custom attributes, there's the description attributes, and then all I have to do is just literally either decorate a function, right? Or I can register the command, right? So I'm just registering a callable, and it makes my life like now that I have a command console for testing that, and my space edit project that I'm working on. My goal is to just, you know what I mean, like just be able to quickly make commands. The only thing is, like, you gotta make sure, like, you know, in this case I have a reference to the game manager that or anything that I'm going to be using. But it works. Yeah, because like for certain things, like you will, you know, you will need. That's why I have custom commands as its own node, and this loads in as a child of it. Because but like I could literally anywhere just add like an attribute to something if it's static. Like if it's some static thing that doesn't need anything, you know what I mean? Like I could in the function get tree, get node, do whatever, and finally do the thing with it. But, you know, just make sure your, you know, command dependencies are obviously met. But this is nice, you know what I mean? I can just like credits, you know, set credits to be whatever I want credits to be, and tell the game manager to save. Little simple things like that. And this time I'm not using it, I'm just adding it. So different options. And I think that works really well. And then it itself, right, automatically, you know, sets up all of the controls on ready, sets up all the layers, sets up the rich text. Like literally, I didn't want to have to create anything in Godot. You know, I wanted the command, you know, the whole system to just build itself on the fly, and just work. Yep, autocomplete commands work. Yep, so in the command console, for here on text, on consideration methods, yeah, so I'm considering quotes. Regular expression for matching. Hang on, let me see if we can find my geeking is size toggle. We'll reset the autocomplete. Where are we doing the autocomplete? Oh, it's on history. Where is on tab? On tab. Right here. Right, so here's the autocomplete on the suggestion count. Suggestion count's cache file commands. And right, so it'll make the suggestion from the list and you know, of all commands, and then do the autocomplete. And that works. But the only thing, like, I want to make it better, but for now it works fine. Right, so like if I go back to the game, right, and it even, like, so if I do tilde, right, teleport, it automatically, yeah, and if I tab complete, see how I get X, Y, and Z, so it knows, right, I haven't filled out everything. And then it'll teleport me to that, which doesn't do anything in this project, obviously, because I don't have but anyway, right, so because, like, this is, I truly believe that this is like having a command line. Like, you need one, and that's the other thing. I don't know. I've never added them with the same name. I don't think they would. There would only be one teleport command, and you would just take args and split args, and then have just do case detection on the args. So, like, if, I don't know, like, if I would just do, like, if X, you know what I mean, is right, if X is an int or a float or double, you know, then we're gonna go and consider that arg to be a player target 1, player target 2, right? Or if X is a string, then we can do a lookup of a player. So, you know, I don't have it kind of doing anything magical like that, but I still think you'd have to have one command, and then kind of, like, in the command processing, then just in that command kind of do all the work of, you know, figuring out the differences. But what I love in Godot 4.3, they fixed the IK system, and it works. Now there's still that little bit of bobbing that's happening there. Is I had to fix the hand animations. I had to make sure that the hands in my animations are actually static, and they're not. The bones are still, like, they still have influence on them. But coming along. Yeah, so I'm gonna be working probably next week on just FPS stuff. I want to actually get ADS working, crouch working on the controller, being able to run, you know, 0G, just kind of give this a summer pass, to make it, like, feel good, you know. Get rid of the other issues I was having with rotating, but that's now fixed, because the IK system was, like, trying to track a target that was moving in physics process. Getting nice movement is great. I can't wait, because right now, like, I have this kind of a centralized concept. Hey, XO. I feel like a lot of the game design, I feel a lot of the game's design and world gets so built around player movement. So it's nice to get somewhat solid early. Yeah, and I kind of know, like, I have an idea, like, I know how I want it to feel, so I don't, like I know the limitations in it that I kind of want, and vice versa. So, you know, I want it to be very more like PUBG. Like, I do want lean, but I want it to be very quick. Like, you know, instead of having the whole shift to be running, like, I want you to be kind of moving quick. You know, like, especially in 0G, just so it kind of feels good. I definitely don't want I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of real-time movement. Star Citizen takes too long to do things. It's super important for me that the player can get going and like reverse, you know, non-EVA very quickly, like get to their ship, get booted up, get out, you know, get moving. I think that's important. I think if you spend too much time walking around and kind of like, you know, having to traverse through these multiple hierarchies of things before you're able to get to your ship, you know, like it's like, okay, you know, I only have I only have like 3 hours to play the game today, and I'm going to spend an hour just kind of getting to the asteroid field, at which I could die, you know, right? Which, you know, there's already risk versus reward. So why, you know, plague the player with all this kind of traversal? So very important, you know, I think. But yeah, that's my command line, command console. But yeah, they're literally just two. They're just two, you know, two attribute sets, and we're just pretty much passing in a in a callable. How are you doing, Exile? So we have a prison voting machine. So our final thing before we go is we're gonna get the turrets working. So they haven't really done anything in the past. They're not in the factory. Where are they? Oh, in the jail cell block. Prison turret model. I'm doing okay. I heard from Aaron's stream that you're making a space game. I like space. Oh hell yeah, yeah. This is Unforgiven space. I'll just launch the empty testing. I'll give you a quick little little go of it. Currently in a sprint to finish some of the medical modules. So there's a hospital module where you would bring players, where players would go if they get hurt. So they have like a back the tank here, and they kind of come to life. And you know, for gameplay wise, for medical, all you pretty much do is bring an NPC into surgery, and then ta-da. So you take the ragdoll of the NPC, you put them in a gurney, you know, bring them to a medical station, you request landing. You're not allowed to land in a medical station if you don't, you know, have the reputation or the transponder for it. So yeah, so let me run testing, I'll kind of show you. It's just literally Y minus down, like there's gravity volumes. So let me show you what I mean by that. So I'm here, you know, in a gravity volume. If I jump out of the gravity volume, then we're in 0G. So there's different types of gravity areas. Ones that apply a local override of gravity, so whatever the gravity volume is. And then there's a planetary gravity volume, which is a big old area. And then once we enter that area, we register it and we kind of apply it, you know, we kind of auto-align the player. Game has a lot of like cosmetic things that we can do, so, you know, everything on the ship is modular, so you take off, you know, all the components, right, put them on. The whole ship can be literally ripped apart and reconfigured. That same system, you know, I can actually showcase over here. So like, I could buy different things, and we can sell that two bar stools, the island. I'm just buying a bunch of crap, and we're gonna take this bunch of crap, and I'm gonna go put it in my hab, and so you can customize pretty much your own like little apartment. The ship is exactly the same way. Everything is like customizable, right? You can anywhere there's like nodes that you can like attach things to. Does being a game developer feel a bit like seeing through the matrix when you play games? A little bit. You start wondering like why people do something a certain way, or like how it works, or like what, you know, what their objectives were. You know, it's still like, yeah, I don't think too much of it when I'm playing video games. I just enjoy the video game. Right, so yeah, so this is kind of like how things kind of work, right? Same with the ship. Ship, yeah. Everything is dark. That's right now semi-intentional. Where is my warp drive? Warp drive. There should be a warp drive. Oh, here. Let's go on to the ship. So let's interact here. Put this way real quick. Press the button. See the little open. Beep beep beep. Anyway, let's climb up here. Throw in. So all the components are modular. Ship is right. These are grav plates. You put in your cargo. Right, you're just buying and selling cargo, going from point A to point B. Ship has its own gravity. You know, you pew pew. Go head over towards this nav point. There's another ship. Okay, so we have missile systems, so we can like fire missiles at them off the top of the ship. Boom. I can destroy the other ship. Ignore the lack of shield. Like the shields are fully working, they're just not visualized yet. They also have a really stupid. Then they become a piece of salvage. We have warp, so I can get up to speed and warp. And warp just goes faster and faster and faster. We're no longer a rigid body in warp. Space-time is moving around us, and we're just kind of hitting off, you know. And of course, if Aaron hasn't told you, this whole thing is multiplayer. So that's the game. Right, so this is that medical facility. So I'm just trying to get all the LODs and everything working, you know, so we're not visualizing a lot of this stuff at, you know, only when we're close if things load in. Stop you from doing test stuff. I read you said no live. What? I know you said no live movement, like pressing buttons or sitting. What? No, you said no live movement. I don't know what you mean by that. Like pressing buttons or sitting. What do you mean? Everything is physicalized in the game for buttons and stuff like that. We're not doing screens. Right? Like we're doing buttons. Yeah, so this is Unforgiven space. I gotta. Oh yeah, I was gonna fix that tractor beam. Right, so it's buying cargo, moving it from point A to point B without getting killed. Oh, did I not? Oh yeah, no, I did. Put it back here. You gotta figure out why the raycast is a bit out of sync. Right, so all the panels open up and you can swap out all the parts. It's a bad example right now because I'm working on those panels. You can't see how cool shit is, but Yeah, the ship is fully customizable. You can change the, you know, your colors. You can change the metallic on the shader properties. You know, like a lot of stuff is fundamentally working. It's just where I can buy all the replacement components to stick on it. So like fuel intake, coolers. And they all kind of snap together. Oh, is there no coolers? Maybe there's not. Lasers. No, some of these are not set up in the shop. It's like, right, so you can actually put things together, right? So the fuel scoop goes on the fuel intake, you know, the fuel intake goes on the power plant. And then the power plant goes in the ship. Cool, huh? But obviously I can't show you that because you can't see. You can't see through the thing. Oh yeah, I was gonna fix that too. But anyway, that's the game. I need to... We're running out of time. So we want to take the turret into the other test project, and then we'll do all the math and stuff like that in the test project. Thanks for showing it. Yeah, no worries. It's a bit of work. Because I really want to redo the prison turret. So this is coming from this GLTF. I think I'm gonna, yeah, because I want to have the same asset IDs. Yeah, systems. Can you hop in voice chat or stream so I can ask you some tech support things? Sure. Let me see if I actually have that same asset in here. XO, what are you working on? I noticed you have the game developer tag, which one of these days I'll get. One of these days I'll actually launch my Steam page, and what's your game? What's your project? Also making a space ship. Maybe I've seen it. Do you stream on Twitch as well? I'm gonna go lurk. I feel like I've watched your stream before. But... Okay, XO. How do I get to your stream? Apparently, what? Chatterino sucks. Oh, I have totally snooped out before. Whoa, that's cool. Whoa, that's brilliant. How did you make that? I'm updating the page. Man, I would love to, or lady in this case. They, them, or whom. You mind if I ask you a few questions on doing the black hole at some point? That's cool as hell. That is so cool. Let me actually check out your project. I have one black hole in one of my star systems, and I've not thought about it. It's same with like planets. Like you ported the GLSL shader. Oh, from Shader Toy. I saw a Shader Toy one that was amazing. Because that's one of the things I have a few weird shader ideas, like where I fundamentally know how I want it to work, but I just don't know the language enough to. Oh, I love this. Narrative-driven object game. Hidden object game about finding parts, fixing computers, listening to recording conversation. Behind mysterious signals emitted by a black hole. Find your way home. This have you ever played Objects in Space? XO? I love the game, I really wish. Nope. it reminds me artistically of Objects in Space. I like, oh, it hurts me. Objects in Space hurts me because it has you're in a ship and you have like kind of like mist where you can go left and right and go between the different panels. And so you have all the different components that you can like, you know, kind of like work on. You can undock, you can dock, but I'm pausing it. But the actual map is 2D. So your ship actually moves in full Newtonian, but it's 2 dimensions. You can see what's around you. You can zoom out, you can zoom in. But you're in the ship and you can interact with everything. And it's super cool because you can leave and go into the different stations. And each station is 3D, but done in a mist-like manner. But anyway, super cool space game. They stopped working on it. They ran out of money. But my god, is it good. It's like, it's worth the $5, but I really wish they would have continued to work on it because its component system is just so good. But it just artistically reminds me of, like, your game reminds me of how they've kind of done their art. But super cool. Like, certain ships are bigger and they have multiple rooms, like, you know, same panels. They just do like 2D panels in 3D. And it's also written in Python. It's like this totally custom engine, but you can do what kind of what you can do in my game. You have like, you know, repairs. You can buy items. You can sell items. And it's just, yeah, there's so much variation to each of the planets. They're really cool. It's a great game. Mixed only because they gave up on it. Yeah. But it was also $25. So, but at $5, it's a cool game. I'm stealing a lot of inspiration for it, for what it does, like, under the hood of things. But super cool. But yeah, definitely will take you up on the offer of talking about the black hole shader. One of my favorite things about the Interstellar. Interstellar is so good. Okay, so we want to know if the turret what do I call it? Prison turret. Yeah, I don't have it at all. So let's take this one. Turret model and the turret prefab and the turret. So we'll take the import. The shader I ported over. So is that a screen space shader? Or is it spatial? I guess it would be canvas, or no? Like, do you have it on a plane? Because if that was on like a plane, that was like a billboard or something like that, where like it's still always pointing at you, but you know, it doesn't really have to specifically be a real 3D object. It'd be super cool. Because I wouldn't ever want players to get so close to a black hole, like their ship would get destroyed anyway. But that would be really, like, to have that type of shader on a billboard at like the center of where a star would be so cool. And you could start doing like negative lighting and kind of weird, cool shit with it. So they're here under station prison. Prison turret. So I want the import, the GLTF, and the bin. Go to Unforgiven systems. Assets and models. Stations. Prison. And we'll put, yeah, we'll bring the import with it, so we keep the same asset ID. And then we'll take these two. Now for prefabs, station modules. I don't think I have a station modules folder, though. So in our empty test scene, let's bring in a prison turret and let's get it working. So this was the shader that you ported over. Code structure. The demo code is simpler and documentation is inline. So we're ray tracing. This is so cool. Cool. We have a demo. This is the demo here. Oh, whoa. Wow, this is literally curving space-time, like visually. That's so cool. I move further away from it. Okay, I can change the... Hey! Whoa, that rocket effect is amazing too. This has been the bane of my... Are you... I'm assuming you're very familiar with shaders, Exo? I have been trying to make a good rocket effect that works on all angles for, oh my god, must have been like 2 months now. Kinda. I wonder how hard it would be to port this to Godot. There'd be a lot of space games that would benefit from... because that looks amazing. Like that is... like, it has the perfect amount of bloom. This is so good. How do I, like, zoom out? Or can I? Let me refresh it. No, apparently I can't. This one? Yeah, I wonder why... I wonder where the shimmer comes from. I need to look at this. This is amazing. These thruster effects. I want to steal them. Yeah, I don't know. What's funny? I actually get a shimmer in my game. I am on Firefox, if it matters. Nope. I get a shimmer on Edge as well. I get a really bad bloom in my Godot. And I have to like turn down my anything that has a reflection of like 0, like roughness of 0, it kind of blooms. Right? Well, that's weird. Is it NVIDIA driver update time, I wonder? No? Yeah, latest studio driver. That's weird. Thank you. I'm gonna put this in my... let me just throw it on my Discord. Oh, and if you're not on the Discord... or if anybody wants to join the Discord, I should say. I'm gonna send this to myself. Reveal. It's the new one. It's the new NVIDIA app. They got rid of GeForce Experience and created one simplified app. Okay, so we have our turret. Because the cool thing is we only want, so we're gonna use like kind of like a 2-bone IK type system for this. Looks like it's way cleaner than the old one. So on our prison turret, let's go and add some code. So space. I don't have any because I don't think calling it a prison turret would be the but it is not going to be a standard space turret. So I think we'll like call it. We'll just call it small turret as a turret type. Because it, you know, it is a little bit different. It has 2 gimbal points that are kind of, and you know, this one particularly has a laser point. Yeah, maybe I'll just create a prison turret. Level design. Items. It's part of stations. Station modules. Prison. Yeah, I'll put it here. We'll organize it, we'll get it working, and then we'll organize it later. And for our prison turret, we want our rotation mode. Oh. Yeah, let's do that. So our rotation node and our pitch node. Our emitter, or in this case, laser emitter. And that's going to be very similar to an existing beam. Not that one. Beam length, beam width. So I do have a beam. Gotta go. Good luck on the game. Have a good one, XO. It's good to see you. And let me give you a shout out before you go. You guys aren't following XO. I'm very curious of their progress on their game. I never checked XO, but are you working with Godot as well? Or what engine are you using? Give a shout out to XO Drifter. But enjoy your day. Oh yeah, obviously, because you ported the shader to Godot. Ignore my brain. Cool, man. Yeah, because I have the beam lens. Oh yeah, I just have a beam mesh. So it'll be literally the same thing. It'll be a beam mesh. So on the ship weapon, the mining weapon, it will have our beam. I'm going to use kind of the same thing. It's called a laser beam effect. Yeah, and we're going to kind of copy this because we already have our mesh UVs set up perfectly for this. The only thing is they're going to be a lot smaller, and they're just going to they're not going to have any animations or anything like that. It's just going to be turret laser beam effect. Still going to be a beam, but yeah. And then for this material, I want to do something. Instead of this shader that I wrote, this is a visual shader, right? I could totally do something a little bit different with it. Yeah, so 1 minus on that flattens it out because we have an albedo. I think we'll change this. I could probably make one. I bet we can totally make one. Let me save this. How do I save this as? How do I save? How do I save this visual shader as a new thing? Yeah, because on vertex, auto mute. Yeah, I don't think I plugged. No, we're not doing that. But how do I change this? Do not save scene as. How do I save the visual node as something else? Here? No, that's the generated code. I must be able to save this as something else. Yeah, because we could take our UVs and split them. Center our UVs, split our UVs to create a texture that literally looks like the laser beam effect, like this. We could make something that just creates a line in the middle and then kind of gradient fades outward. We don't need to create a texture for it, and then we can define how wide we want the beam to be. But, you know, we could technically do that anyway, actually, and create like a noise to kind of give it a ripple. Don't really need to have a reference, even though it looks cooler. I don't know. I actually don't know how to save a visual shader or something else. Like shader editor. There's copy and paste it, I guess. Duplicate it. Right. I can duplicate it. Yeah, I guess that's it. And we're gonna call it just beam visual shader. Cool. So now we'll have a beam visual shader. And then in our turret laser beam effect, okay, so that's good. Make sure that we save this. Beam visual shader. I'm gonna clear this. I'll just clear it. Okay. So I still want UV panning. We want optional UV panning if we're going to give it a wobble. Can I like put all of this under a group? Group. Or like a border. No. Automatic arrangement of nodes. You gotta be able to create like something we could use to group these. A frame. Okay, how do I edit the frame? Set frame title. So and then these go in there. Excellent. Now like collapse the float parameters. Convert parameters to const detached from the parent frame. No. So taking our UV, closing it. Over time. Okay, I can turn off the visuals. Okay, that's better. Yeah, because we don't really need to, we know what a UV looks like. Scaling over the input of time. Cool. Getting organized. So we need a gradient. So if we have, so never mind on tech support. Apparently I had people come over to give a quote on replastering our pool. Oh, yeah, shit you gotta deal with. So let's take a UV, input, UV, and now to center our UV, we have to do what? It's half scale. Do like UV scaling of -1, 1. Let's scale down our UVs by. Isn't it 1 over? Yeah, it should be like 1 over. I'm gonna do 1 minus. 1 minus half the UV scaling. Yeah, but not. Well, we're painting our UV. Apparently not. Hello, update. Me? Yeah, we should be multiplying it by 0.5. All UVs are divided by node size. Minus the offset. With like 1 minus 0.25. Smooth step over. Factor 2, 0.5. Oh, wait a second. Maybe we're just offsetting them. Okay. I'm not scaling it. Starmap. Yeah, we're just panning at 1. Oh, the offset of 0.1. Okay. Like, wait, that should have still been the same thing. Minus 0.505. You know, oh, okay. Can I copy these across? No. Yeah, like that should still work. It does work. Okay, so center our UVs. I want a distance function, but I want a distance function flat. Because I only want, oh, but we could actually just scale. Can I decompose? This? I don't know anything about the visuals, maybe? Oh, separate them and like compose them again, maybe? 1 minus. Multiplying color to get emission by 3. How does this flatten it? Well, guys, I'm running out of time. Here's the day. Not time. Pretty yeah. We'll be back later on in the afternoon. Gotta go pick up my little guy. But I will get this figured out. Kind of make our own beam from UVs itself. And then we can add a wobble to it with a bit of noise. I think it'll be cool. Instead of having to use the one that's there or create a texture. But I just need to remember how I clamped those to create like a gradient. Thanks for the follow, Gatsu. And let's hope that I haven't messed up the mining laser. I have, why? What is it like? Me? Tractor beam material. Isn't that not the one that I was just working on? Tractor beam material? Beam visual? What happened to tractor beam visual? The whole point of changing this is so that we could organize it. Like, I duplicated it. I hate the right? Plasma beam visual shader. Thanks. Weird. Anyway, it's good now. Anyway, I'm gonna go raid someone. I'll end it here on the YouTube.